Hoy hoy. Golden. Hello. It is time. Yesterday we cried. Today we die. Just kidding. Gumdrapu. We got a new background and everything in the game. But how are yours? Welcome in. Yesterday was great. We finished the first game yesterday. And we're gonna start game number 2 today. Doing well, thanks. Hey, that's good. Kinda anxious or no? Is it because of the trip? You be okay. It's all good. I got some tea. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was gonna do this today, but I was like, you know, I'm in the mood. Might as well. So if we continue, it's the it's the select adventure. There we go. So we've done the first game. We've completed the first game for all 5 chapters. There's 7 hours there before you go now. We'll fill up the time before you have to go with this this Ace Attorney. If we continue, it'll just be the last chapter, I guess. There's special content, which let's really see what we even have so far. I'm curious. I don't want to go in too deep yet because of spoilers, but we'll see if we can see anything first. Because we got some rewards here. We don't have all the rewards. But yeah, we guys missed the end of yesterday. We cried a lot. The ending was very, the ending credits were very sweat. So we finished the episode badges. Episode 5 from its opening chapter. Oh wow! Wait, what does that mean? We finished it since it's from its opening chapter? What does that mean? Oh, and then this is the second game. We presented evidence during the first course examination. We pressed people. Okay, this is the extra stuff. So what we got was we identified the millionaire responsible for the hat. Wow. So there's a bunch of achievements. This is all achievements. We got like half of, no, not half, like 1/3 of the achievements. And so for the second game, we can actually change the costumes, but I was told to not turn on the costumes just yet for the first chapter. So from the second chapter onwards, then we'll use the costume. But for the first one, the first episode of game number 2, we would use the costumes. So now we're gonna do the second game, Resolve. Game. Let's go. Let's just start. Hopefully the game's not too soft. Hype! So last we left off, Susato went back to Japan. Oh no, did her father die?
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Probably not. No! Yeah, it's her father, isn't it?
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted
Or is that Kazuma?
what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Yeah. I find myself faced with an awful crime. Oh no! Whoa, what the hell? Oh no! There's Giselle, that hoe! Back again. Oh no, did she kill her father?
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court.
Is that
The only
Kazuma's
time
grave
in my
then?
life as a lawyer.
What? Is she becoming a lawyer? Giselle! What's wrong with this? Huh? Oh, never!
So
Oh.
please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Oh, that's Kazuma's grave. I thought it was her father because her father was sick at the last episode. That's Kazuma's grave. Wait, Giselle's dead? Who's that? Wait, I'm a lawyer now? Wait. Oh, the blossoming attorney. Ooh, that's a weird sentence. What the hell? I thought Giselle was the murderer again. Kim? Who's Kim? What's up, Siri? Already twist? Dude, this is the first cutscene. Okay, she was talking to Kazuma, not her father. Her father might still be alive. Thank goodness. Because the end of the yesterday, she went back to Japan because her father was ill. So that's Kazuma's grave. Oh, he's on the hillside. 13 August? Wait, that's my birthday. Wait, who's Kim? Your name is pronounced Grammarly, by the way. Wait, not Alexa? Wait, Giselle's dead? What? I didn't get our revenge. There was no justice. I thought that she was gonna be like a main character in this game too, to solve the mystery, to catch her for the murder of Iris's father. I didn't expect her to be dead. Kim Kardashian. Wait, so Susato's gonna be a lawyer now? Hell yeah. Who needs to be an assistant when you can just be the lawyer? Wait, so the prosecutor is a girl? Thank goodness. Francisca's not the only one. Cause like, I was wondering that like, cause every game they introduce a new prosecutor. So I guess the new prosecutor in this game is the girl. With the straight hair. I think she was in the trailer. She's at least in the poster. I was wondering who that was. I guess she's the prosecutor of the second game. It can be anything you want as long as it's legal. Yes, exactly. Here I am again. After 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steal my nerves and find a way to compose myself. So where's Susato now? Oh! Our father's alive! For a few! Thank goodness. I forgot how it sounded like. Oh, good. You're here. It doesn't do good for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. You've got a fine figure, Council. But you look as white as a sheet. And those eyes are white eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh, I can't open a court record. There's no court record yet. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish I had never been born. Susato.
Goodness. There's not a sort of thing the father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
Eugene Mikotowa, Professor of Medicine at Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in this life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. But for anyone who missed what happened last time, like yesterday, we solved the case. Susato went back. Oh yeah, so Susato went back to Japan to see her father because her father got sick. Barok has hinted at his past a little bit. He had a Japanese friend who betrayed him. That's why he hates Nipponese. And also, the Morse code from the music box was in Japanese Morse code specifically. And it said 4 names. Kazuma's name, John Wilson's name, Tobias Gregson, the inspector's name, and one new character that we don't know called A Shin, like A. Shin. So there's 4 people's name and then the 4 of them, and then that's the whole message video. The credits gave you the feels, Kazu. But now we are here in Japan as Susato again. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my data! Was like a hit list or something? I feel like it might be a hit list because John Wilson and Kazuma are dead. So Tobias and that Shin guy are next, I guess. I wasn't expecting Giselle to be dead though. I wonder who the client is. Excuse me. Oh wait, is that not the prosecutor? Who's that? What should she sound like? She looks cute. Oh heck no! They think she killed Giselle? Hell no. I was not expecting Giselle to be dead. Wait, so what should she sound like? Why do I feel like she sounds like a rat? Really soft voice or something? Would I be... She sounds like she's yawning. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh yes, that's right, Miss. Miss. Well, I thank you for agreeing to represent me. That's how she sounds like now. I don't know what. She sounds like she's speaking out of a ventilation grid. Like her mouth is a ventilation grid. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication! This whole thing! Remember me. What's the name? Wait. Remember me. Born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Oh no, she's my best friend. Oh god. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory, helping my father. Sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Oh wow, so last time we okay, Kazuma was defending us, now we're defending our friend. Remember me! I didn't realize. Wait, isn't that a song? Isn't that a song that... That's a song, right? Remember me. I'm so stupid. I didn't realize. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. You think so? I've heard it from. Oh, it's some Disney movie. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem well to have become a little flushed. This is like when Athena had to defend Junie in her first case, remember? Junie! You seem to become flushed. Oh my! Oh! Well, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Oh! Oh my! We found Susato's girlfriend. Sorry. And when I fall under your intense gaze, woo! It makes me feel rather bashful. Yo, remember me? You gotta calm down. That's goodness. I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am.
Wah ha 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 ha! It will seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
Hey, Petrushkin, how you doing? Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean? Professor Mikotoba?
Even if your best friend can see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Disguise? Yes, I never tried dressing this way before, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. I'm in a disguise? But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say. Father! Father! Gods! Is that you? Sutsato! Finally, you've been eating your hellos for the past 10 minutes. No! How you doing, Pedro? We are Susato and we're gonna be a lawyer. Susato's gonna be a lawyer. No! What are you doing? That varsity uniform! That varsity cap! That varsity cap! That varsity badge! Look at you! You look like all the world, or like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student. So I'm dressed like a dude. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 in the morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see,
It was the only way she could be permitted into the Supreme Court to take your defense in this trial.
you're gonna move things around the luggage. You hate that it's not organized or no? My defense? That's... You're tired. I feel you. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated of having to be born in this body. Cause in Japan, about the women, we're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Oh wait, so the picture on the start wasn't the prosecutor, then it's her. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, like male, female, and alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be living my true self at the courtroom today. The fact that the kiddo ain't home makes you even more anxious. No, she with your husbando, so I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you go to such lengths for me. Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. No. I have complete faith in you. Rey Skywalker. What? It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched villain! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Oh, whoa! They went out 9 a.m. It's almost 1. She needs to have a meal and get ready, you know? Maybe they're eating now. Or having a little snack. Ray, please don't look at me like that. With those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Don't fall for me. I'm not worth it, she says. This is gonna be some shipping thing, right? They make all the dudes look gay. It's time for the girls. I'm sorry. It's just you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased. I think it certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I notice your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, Mother. Of course, you have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh. Step aside! Move, fools! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast in my life.
Well, Susato, you certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There's simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I kept that information from her. It only worried her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
Is that true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
Docs should be making a move now too. Yes, you know, lawyers in my field, I do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, father. I'm Susato Mikotoba. A judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain, but 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Some dress as a dude. We got this first trial. Whoop! Oh no, he's back. Whoa! You see that? Court is now in session of the same voice to hear the trial of Ray. Remember me? Oh, did he change his hairstyle? What the hell is that? Ew, yuck. The prosecution is final. Is yet fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Oh, damn! You telling me that looks like a boy? Wow! Oh my! Look at that! With a pink jacket. Does she need to make a male voice then? Dudes. Defense counsel, are you ready?
Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
She's making the same face as Naruto. Is she doing that on purpose to roast me, or she just actually knows? Ready? Ready?
What? Yes, counsel.
According to your registration details, your name is Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Ryutaro? Oh, brother. You have to go, Dad's on his way here. You might have to pick a few more things. You don't want to miss the rest of the stream. That's alright. Did she pick up his mannerisms? No worries, come to boo. Sorry.
Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable name. Oh, he's whispering. Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you in this little adventure. I'm afraid to say simple your first name that sprung to mind.
Well, counsel. Yes. That's me. I mean, yes, I'm Ryutaro, the one who vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Ow. See you in a couple of days always. Goodbye, come the boo. We'll miss you.
It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first, and not overdo it,
Said my father.
Those wild eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo? A fresh face in his schoolroom, if I'm not mistaken. The name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently as Britain as part of the study program. This is his cousin! That's right!
No, this is illegal. Is this legal? I mean, technically we've done something similar before. There was a case, a before case, where Edgeworth pretended to be a defense lawyer because the judge was a different judge. So he had to pretend to be a defense lawyer, and the opposing prosecutor was literally Francisca.
That's right!
She could have picked any other name, literally, right? She could have picked some random Japanese name.
Ryutaro has been studying in provinces, but was called here to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo preeminent lawyers.
Any of them? What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital and accused of calling a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit gallant. My name is not Susato! Shh! Ray! Shut up! I'm every bit of gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. Won't you have been making fun of her? Shh! I'm a hit! No! Shh! Ray! Shh! Her? Oh! Please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. I wonder if your gallant and dashing lawyer up to your talents of defending you. His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, his eyes are wont to flit. What did that sentence even mean? The case has to be heard on this day is of great significance and our national interest. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may affect the future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. Yet for the proceedings of such importance, we had this unknown yokel by the dog. Dear me. Perhaps this will be perhaps this will be an appropriate time for me to assess the defense to determine whether you're sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom.
Months and months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, the same judge tested him as well. Even when he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this would be easy.
So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Susato trying so hard. That's alright. Time to prove myself. He's just doing the same thing as Naruto. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. Phew, that is simple. I couldn't forget it if I tried. That's literally what Naruto said last time too. Ah.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Narusada-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and guys, even in a bright spark like you, it's bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Naruto Jr. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret, you only need to use the knowledge you gain as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record. The answer will be amongst the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right, use R to open the court record. When you need to flip the paper section with R, don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with R. That's where the information I need will be. I'm waiting, counsel. So let's see. So, that's unfortunate that the victim is her. Jesus Christ. I really wasn't expecting her to be the victim in anything. I thought she was gonna be like the one that we chase after. Ah, that's why the mask was on the floor. Victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student, 9 months, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting Professor John Wilson. Remember me? She's an assistant to my father. Explaining controls like you didn't just play through the first game, literally. Oh wait, let's see this. Okay, the post-mortem report. Time of death after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be trauma to the victim's lung from a blade knife. Only a single wound was identified. Giselle British, 11 August around 2 p.m. ascertained by examination and witness statement. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung, resulting in hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes, so she was alive for a couple minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in both the victim's eyes. Meiosis, pupil constriction. Huh. Interesting. What's the name of the victim in this case? We don't even have to look through the court record, we can just answer from the cutscene.
Yes!
Yes! Susato, you don't have to follow everything Naruto does. Maybe it's just naturally, she's just acting like this. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Blake. Yes. Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of this country, I'm sure.
Correct. And being a member of our employer's judiciary, you will be aware of the significance of their name. Oh! So let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Oh god, it's him!
Obviously, you would have forgotten the case of 9 months ago. If it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is in the court records.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman student's persona, was the face of a killer. Queen Victoria! Can't roast their country. It's all pain.
Yes!
Yes! Oh damn! Wow! Naruhodo had to slappy slam the table at first. She straight up got a 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University was killed. The culprit was dead. Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer.
At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with Empire of Great Britain. It was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours. Professor. Oh, is that the judge talking? Never mind.
Yes, I was inducted to the man. He's been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of the government wished to resolve rapidly.
Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here in the Supreme Court. A student of Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Oh, so he was studying English? No wonder. He wasn't even a law student. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, accused of conducting his own defense. Look at that. Exposed a despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached a conclusion. So, so was she part of whatever bigger group that's like trying to that has a hit on those 4 people? So was Kazuma not an accident? Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's law. Well, she's dead now, so it was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there.
Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of a transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained in our empire's obligation was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. So she was supposed to go to China like last week, but she was killed. The hair is the same. And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. Only the day before. So someone didn't want her getting on that ship, I guess. That will do. I'm satisfied with the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. Yeah, Ouchie. As you wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on 11th of August in broad daylight. Oh wow. My god, this looks like the place Larry was sleeping in the old game. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under the bright blue sky. What kind of storytelling is this? On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under the bright blue sky, and a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred in a small beach hut. Erected. Oh my god. For bathers to rest or change their clothes. Wow, a hut that's erected, man. I like how she's smiling evilly even in death. What is that pen? Also, is the swan dead too? On her head? The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen and pierced the victim's lung. The injury proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone in the beach at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire. Just bathing attire? And the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, specifically when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Wait, that was her bathing attire with the swan? Dots. Wow, that extraordinary description of the events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That certainly is true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about a powerful motive. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut. It's a Yoko boy using long words he doesn't fully understand. I beg your pardon. If the swan is dead, you know stuff gon' get real. No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Remember me, son. You're a research student at Imperial University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. It's me. Defendant is excellent students with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? I was studying under John H. Wilson. Oh my god. Dr. Wilson, the visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him. Well, obviously I was feeling hatred for what she did. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray! Be careful of what you say. Ah! The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's understanding undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution on what he said about being alone together. Membami-san. Yes, what is it? Sus! Imposter! Oh my god, wait! She's an imposter now! She really is being the sus one. She's imposter. Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish I made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. He's using respect for her mentor against her. He really is related to the pains. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. What did I say? Why you were present at the bathing spot? Oh, okay. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. Let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with her and the victim in the hut. You and no one else. Oh! What a pain in the peach! The truth is, the only reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett in her bathing sojourn was to accuse last chance to take the victim's life. No! Because as we know, the following day you would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to be enjoying prosecuting tricks like that. But for now, at least we need to assemble more facts. Try to not have him gorge you.
Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I ought to pick up the prosecution on what he said about the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young Yoko student? What a way. Excuse me, sir. What do you want, ho? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. My apologies. Clearly my modernity is confused the country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, excellent for the skin. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had to all intent and purposes been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? Just for old time's sake, I believe. Sorry. Miss Brett was told to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds do we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. How typical! In matters of what is diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor! It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided with a dedicated detective on duty. Nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me! It was a young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if I don't need to.
I believe we have a clear picture of the incident now.
Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other at a number of occasions.
Seeing the murderer of the mentor, for whom she had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, it was only temporary, until Miss Brutt's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'll be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the incident of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Oh jeez.
Oh, that's her undergarments. Her shoes are in the bag. Wow, look at her, the amount of masks she has. Why is she holding the pen like that? What is this room? Is this just a changing room? Oh man. Oh, thank you, Council. Tragic image. Jeez, that's so weird seeing her dead like that after what she's done. And after the way she acted, my god, this racist little hoe. As you can clearly see, there's nowhere within the hut, that anyone else could have hidden. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Let's see, so the wine spill. I don't know if this gap in the back means anything, but also that gap, so let's see. The one thing that's suspicious about this picture is that if there was nobody inside the room, the walls are made out of straw. You can put a hand there, and there's a little gap at the back where I would assume she was sitting down. They probably stabbed her from there, right? From the outside, behind this wall in the back. That's why there's a very, every other wall is fully filled except this part over here where the chair is. So she was probably sitting there drinking wine, and she got stabbed in the back, and then she fell forward onto the floor. The thing is, she's holding a pen, but there's no paper anywhere. Yeah, that looks very suspicious. I wonder if that's the wine glass she stole. As I understand it, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. Finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to his case. I want to know who the detective outside was, because it could have been the detective go in the back, stab her from the back, and then like... We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? Thoughts? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I Tatsushiji Aoji have been waiting for this moment. Sorry. Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. That irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Is it over? Oh my god. His old hair. Ah, you're not again, Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten! You become quite conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Strike the head of a samurai whose thumbnail has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. Why are they making it so drama for him? Nobody cares. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Once I swore revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Ouchie growth. Ew, I don't want to see that. Yuck. You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where's the hope exactly? I said silence! Today I face another Yoker student of the Naruto clan. Well, I will vanquish you. My victory will be the fertilizer of the seed of hope atop my head. You've been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witness to the stand. Oh my god.
Looks like the stakes are high on both sides of this trial.
All I see is ugly.
The prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is highly compatible to raise life. Who be these witnesses? Hosonaga! Soseki! What are y'all doing? Well, it's neither. It's not. I don't think. I guess it's not them, huh? What the fuck? Also, it's Soseki, look! Oh, I had a feeling Hosonaga was gonna be the detective in charge, but I wasn't expecting this boy. I wasn't expecting to see them again. Yeah, I was kind of expecting the detective to be him, but not this, not Soseki. What the hell?
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
They have similar voices.
I am, well, the next big thing in the books. An author renowned for throughout the capital, in fact, yes.
Ew! Ew! Who's that? Oh god, he's famous now.
Soon to be sold out. Satirical, I'm a cat. I am a cat. Sensational success by Soseki Natsume.
Oh my goodness!
Struggling student from the provinces. Please, you needn't be in awe of me.
I needn't.
It's only natural. You feel nervous in my presence. But all you people, please relax. Call me Soseki.
Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That old fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you are, this will be over before it's gone. Be gone.
Yes, of course. I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I certainly never forgot him. Although he does seem to have changed in 6 months or so that I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. The freaking Toto on his head.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one. Although they don't seem to be helping you see. Susato, stop being so sassy. Thank goodness he hadn't recognized me either.
Suppose it's this disguise, huh? Is it? I thought that appearing here in clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out testimonies flawlessly.
I like how he's still carrying the towel. Well, I can appreciate why a Imperial Police Bureau detective might be present, but what business does a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sasaki-san?
Well, you see, I had been asked today to give a lecture on the morning of the incident at Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact.
With my father! I mean, Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leaves me alone.
My god, what happened to him? The power got in his head.
Secret spy, snapshots, streamers, stories, scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation has written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
What happened to the scared little Sasaki-san? Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Okay, let's see. Newspaper containing discussion between Mafara and Sasaki-san. Wait, it's another cat. Oh, what's this? That's me. Why is he dabbing? What is this with my father? What are you doing to my father over here? Kid voice. Sunny! Mama Leon making you nose bleeding it out! Is this like, why is there a little is this like glass or something? What's going on here? Lightning? What's happening?
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone who sees your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. We gotta defend him again? No, he's the witness! So our client is our best friend, Rei Membami. So we are Susato, disguised as Naruhodo's cousin that doesn't exist. Because females aren't allowed in Japan court systems, I guess, in this age. So we Susato, are pretending to be Ryutaro Naruhodo, a cousin that doesn't exist. Don't tell me this time it was Susato's father. I thought he was dead, but no, he's alive. Susato's father is well alive. He's standing right beside us. But the victim is her. The victim is this hoe! Giselle Brett, the murderer of the first case. And our witnesses now are our host, Mr. Hosonaga, and Sasaki-san from England. But so she was stabbed in the back. It pierced her lungs, and her eyes are something about her eyes or whatever. So here's the crime scene photo. So I'm thinking that she was stabbed through this hole here. See this like little slot through the door where her chair is. So I'm assuming she sat there. She was stabbed from outside in this straw house, and then that's how she died. That's how I'm assuming, but they think that it was Ray who was inside the hut. I get the thing. You wanna know the criminal is, but to shake his hand this time. The response was permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her.
The detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Inspector Naruto, Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely chilling to clear all members of the public from the vicinity of the beach.
He's still coughing, bro.
Fortunately, I am peak physical fitness at the moment.
You are your peak physical fitness at the moment? Your peak physical fitness?
I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh, my inspector, you have something on your face now. That freaking towel!
How unsightly. I do apologize.
Does that mean that you went to the beach too, father?
No, fortunately I had to finish work. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that my assistant Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But I've already had! Girl, never had to see the awful sight, relentlessly racked by remorse and regret.
Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Of course, Your Excellency.
The sound. These weirdos.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch out that crab when I suddenly heard the cutter wall behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes! Whoa. That young girl was astride Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
What are you talking about, Soseki-san? I don't like Soseki-san right now. He's being kind of a douche.
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me she stabbed the victim multiple times.
And it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now if you recall, I promised the evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah yes, that was it. Damning evidence. Did the fame go to his head? I think so. What do you have there, counsel? This so-called fountain pen. I think one thing interesting about these games, like this and the first game, is that so normally in the Ace Attorney games, the first case they show you who the killer is. The first game and this game, they didn't show who was the real murderer. Giselle wasn't even in the first game for like until half the trial was over.
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene while examining the body. It appeared in her dying moments with a final ounce of strength. The victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What? Your Excellency, if you will cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Hero raid! Thank you! Raid Yoshi, thank you for the hero raid. Sophia, thank you for the hero raid. Abram, thank you for the hero raid. Rio, thank you for the hero raid. Yes, exclamation hero. Seb, thank you for the raid. How's the stream, hero? Oh my goodness, said the judge. High rule, high school. Claire Peach, oh the Peach! Thank you for the raid. How was the hero stream? What was hero streaming? We are doing some Ace Attorney this week. We'll be streaming on Twitch soon. So if you want to follow me on Twitch, is exclamation Twitch. But normally we do shiny hunting, Animal Crossing. We'll be doing the rest of this Ace Attorney game on YouTube. But we'll be playing other games in the future. We do art streams as well. I'll be doing 3D modeling when we start on Twitch as well. But how are you doing, everyone? Welcome in. Oh yeah, there's this dead body. The victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberate there in her hand. Thank you for the raid.
That's right, the fountain pen. If you would like, kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
Thoughts. Oh! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Raymond Barmy. The initials of the defendant. What about R.M. Red Monster from BTS? Just kidding. The fountain pen will be immediately as critical evidence. Oh jeez. R.M. It could be anybody else. Ray Skywalker. Wait, let's see this pen. Oh, I can't look at it? Oh, I can't inspect it apparently. Maybe because they haven't introduced that mechanic yet in the second game. Hey hero, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What were you streaming? Still, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor Ouchie 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you might begin your cross-examination now. Susato, come on! Naruhodo-san! Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me! Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. We did some Mario Kart. How goes the Ace? That is good. This is the second game, so we started the second game today. We are currently the previous game's assistant dressed as a guy to pretend to be a lawyer. Master Cycle, yes. Once the drama is over, I might show you guys something that I found out how to do.
Cousin Ryotaro, put yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in witnesses' testimonies and prove they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer handles a cross-examination. I'll see what I can do. Let's see what I can do, I mean. Yeah, before we cross-examine the witnesses, I can show you all something that I found out how to do. Because it's freaking funny as hell. Let me just open it. Sorry, procrastinating. I know we should be playing the law. You shall go make these edits. Wait, you need to see this. Wow. Have an amazing stream. Yes. Oh man. No, it's lagging. Now's not the time. You wait. It's great, it's totally worth it. Yeah, what? Ow! I've got the gems! That's right! To the left! Oh, right! Oh, yes! Little shimmy here, little shimmy there. All for Hyrule! The one and only goddess of Hyrule! Oh, yes! Nobody can beat these jumps! Zelda got them moves, that's right! I, Zelda, Princess of Hyrule, got the jumps! Oh my god! It don't stop! Oh, Persona ain't got nothing on this! This is why people buy Breath of the Wild! Loyal. Okay. Yeah, actually. Breath of the Wild DDR crossover. The dance that seals the darkness. We need this when they take out Ganon. That's right. Zelda is Ganon taking over Hyrule. That's right. Oh yeah, the witnesses. Imagine Zelda dancing like that at the end of the game. That's how Breath of the Wild 2 is gonna look like. After you truly beat Ganon. Wait, okay, so we can press them for more information for those who haven't seen how this game plays out. This is the first case of the second game, so. On the day of the incident, I ordered a special assignment in this disguise.
Hold it!
Ooh, we get to hear Susato. Hold it! In that jaunty disguise. An amazing one, Miss Bossa. Goodbye, hero. I hope you enjoyed Zelda's moves. That's her celebration dance when Pura gave her the Master Cycle. Yes, exclamation hero, subscribe to Hero Plays. And thank you for everyone who came in from the raid and liked the stream and all that. We'll still be uploading content on the YouTube channel, so if you want to subscribe, you can. But soon, I don't know when yet, but soon we'll be starting to stream on Twitch.
Correct. Wait, no, I mean, it wasn't the first time I wore this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Ew. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day.
And this tried and tested outfit was the answer.
Being absolutely bent to defend flawlessly into crowd is an important part of a detective's job.
Oh, he is disguising as the turtle.
I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water.
Dots. But there was no need for you to blend in the background on this assignment, really, was there?
If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Dots.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment.
I just managed to catch the crab.
Bruh, dude! This is people. Ah, you're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Suzuki-san.
In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Yeah! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so, because I'm the best author. I'm the best author in the entire universe.
Sasaki-san wasn't like this at all in England.
Anyway, I spun around the noise, and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut. The beach hut.
The area is popular with government ministers. Many of seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. This beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for the people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although an Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand.
Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside for the heated head and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literally terms, I decrabbed and beaten off the hut twice. What? I ran into the picture once where I found a pair in question.
Hold it!
Hold it! Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say, how could it be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I meant the victim and the defendant, Raymond Bambi-san.
Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the beginning, from the outset.
If you jump to conclusions, you expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I realized before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court exactly how you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight, a grisly scene.
Oh, you're the only fool in this court, literally?
I parted the northern curtain hanging from the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand.
Ew, the turtle.
My glasses nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling. He doesn't appear to be lying here. So, Sasaki-san, can you confirm what Inspector is saying, I wonder?
You like a literally man's opinion?
Ew. Sasaki-san, you're such a douche now that you're not a freaking murder suspect.
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly. You actually saw her do it. Well, we don't even have to press them to be honest.
Terrible Spectre! Terrible Inspector! Bloody torrent! And the author's summons!
Eh!
every sight and sound is still carved in my melancholy memory.
Wasn't she only stabbed once?
That was my impression, at least as a future literary sensation.
Council, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no, I'm just very flamboyant. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly as a Japanese man as you.
I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. Were your words just now, I believe. Notes!
Ah, so do you mean to say you're not confident that you really saw what you described?
Dots! No, I mean, yes, I know what I saw! My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial.
It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's gonna become.
Oh dear, how awkward. Multiple times? A single deep stab wound. Piercing.
Hold it!
Wait, I didn't mean to press! She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that?
Very simple, from the blood on the blade.
The blood.
When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised in the air.
Maybe she was pulling the blade out like an idiot.
Yes, that's what I saw too!
Oh,
I know that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right, I saw it too! The victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly.
yeah, she did die instantly.
Yes, that's right, I saw it too!
Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese.
The logic of your argument is sound at least. As I said, my guiding principle to carry out testimonies flawlessly.
Perhaps it shouldn't be your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. Susato, stop being the rose. That's just my personal opinion, though.
Shots!
Counsel, you refrain from mocking the witness. Sorry, it's my job. Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling in my head. It's all I can do is stand here, wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find inconsistency in what the two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them have any reason to lie.
What you must remember, I think, is that we witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. Misunderstanding, mistaken observation, delusion, or being stupid.
Delusion.
What's more important is we determine the proof.
So, wait, there's two statements I think we can present. Hey, thank you, Petrush. 18 months, remember? 18 months? Is that right? My god.
This is just a tutorial.
I'm Maui. Yes? She died from a single stab wound, not multiple times. What's happening? Correct, 18 months, one and a half year. Dang. Wait, so it's only a single stab wound was identified. So that's what did Soseki-san say? She was stabbed wildly. Stabbed multiple times is the
Objection!
objection. Thus, with that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I can finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at the bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What is the meaning of the menacing pose, Council? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who? What? Where? When? How?
Not you, Soseki-san. Not everything's about you, you stupid bitch. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
Huh? And me?
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
Nani?
Get to the point, please, Counsel. Oh, she still has a book! In the post-mortem report, it clearly states the victim was stabbed one time only. Ow! Ow! In other words, Inspector Hosonaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san,
Me?
you claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both you and Inspector confirmed the same point. There was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes, and?
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no other way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
True.
Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Oh, look at this music. Are you ever gonna tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Sasaki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
What? They can't be! Excellent work, Susato! Naruhodo! You exploded them with their objection, then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Gah. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. That half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You lost that day, brother! What's wrong with you? You literally lost in that trial.
You're right, there were certain similarities. Except the so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Slender! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing from multiple wounds, it makes no jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon in the victim, there was the fatal blow. It was that moment she withdrew the next blade for her next strike when the witnesses saw the knife was already been tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache ogre is prone to moments of extravagance. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding a blade at all, That is sufficient grounds for her to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are taken back to where we started. Sorry. Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim with the demon's cold-blooded composure too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good. Why did Ray pull the knife?
Oh yes, going for the jugular.
Huh? What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know, but I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out from the victim's body was so that she could save her life. Because she's a medical student, right? According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. You busy looking out that I don't good, alright?
That's correct. It's thought she had remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her time to take a hold of this pen, evidence clearly indicates the killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Dots. Tishishe, did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may,
Spank witness.
I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod? Man, why are they both being like the worst? They were so nice in the first game. An excellent idea, Inspector. Your young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector, I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir, I will do so flawlessly. Pulling the blade from the wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That is basic knowledge of any medical assistant. Research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man that murdered the victim 9 months ago. Dr. Wilson was a defense's highly respected mentor.
Is that what you say is true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound, as prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, the stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see. Yeah, this is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of the wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out the knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never mentioned once about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have?
Susato!
Yes?
Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Ah. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if cross-examination fails to identify an issue established with the established facts, I'll be moving my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it'd be this hard. What we talk about? That's what we said about Barok. I mean what? Let me see my evidence. Oh my! Let me see my evidence. Why would she pull it out? Let's see. It did pierce a lung, so I guess the blood was filling her lungs. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction. Meiosis. Should Google that. Meiosis. What does excessive constriction mean? Huh. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used to due care and attention, it would be alright?
I would have thought this needed spelling out, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. To remove it is a serious hemorrhage that will occur. In other words, a medic student will need to be present. A medic will need to be present if any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Council, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
In that case, there's obvious explanation here.
Which is...
Clearly, the defendant, Ray Ramambi, does not possess an ounce of sense. What? Susato?
What do you think about that, Professor Mikotopa? Not sure why you should be labeling your best friend in lacking common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today, that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Council. Lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear, that recalled me hard, badly.
It's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see this basic medical knowledge. Being involved in the medical research, Mbambi would have certainly been aware.
What's up, Kevin?
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami's talent and offered her position of assistant despite he being a woman. She is extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. She met with opposition, of course, but he firmly believed in Membami's abilities. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only served to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in his testimony. If Ray knew she was that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life, I just can't think of any other way to explain why she did it.
Sato, it's a time like this when it's especially important to remember fundamentals.
The fundamentals.
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, is it?
Of course, I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail too.
Ah,
I realize it's your first time playing the role of a lawyer in the courtroom. You need to minding.
oh, no. Examine the evidence in the court record. What should I do? I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with A.
Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look. And you might find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Whoa, Susato! Rekas England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his karate chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt. Is that an advertisement for his hair product? This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume University. Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab?
What? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen.
It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I never heard of such a thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there?
This highly toxic poison has been working in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it? If
what's written here is true, it means she tried to hide the theft from me. More of the details will leak somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on 11 August, it's come to light that a disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison has been being secretly developed at the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Deadly in tiny quantities, even the smallest amount of entering the body, either via the mouth or wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. That's why her eyes were like freaking gnosis. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. University would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms. Why is it been developed? Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, starting with impaired breathing, acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparent that new synthesis of alkaloids have been rumored but to be commissioned by the military. So she was poisoned? Poison-laced blade! But current methods cannot detect cannot detect it. Our initials are very clearly engraved here.
The fact that Miss Brett was clinging onto this pen in her dying moments is a very clearly a message
to identify a killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this key piece of evidence in this case.
If we take off the pen's lid, now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we?
Oh my god. What's happening?
This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from the bottle up through the nib. Dots.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink. That's where the poison was hidden.
Yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. So, was the freaking Giselle trying to steal the poison again? Interesting. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some organization, I suppose, some business of some kind. It would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
In fact, it doesn't belong to Ray. It's not Ray's pen. What? RM. Okay. But what does any of that help me with? There's no reason why the defender would have pulled the knife. We had to prove why she pulled the knife. Is it because of the poison on the blade or whatever? Even the smallest amount entering the body via the mouth or wound of a poison-laced blade could prove fatal. Current methods cannot be detected. The university will be consulted. Would she take out the blade because she thinks that it's covered with the poison? Oh, I didn't mean to press. But the defendant suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. A woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man would have such a bigoted views.
I'm just trying to be a typical man. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a little too much.
Well, I managed to convey the basics now. I should cover the medical side of the argument.
Hold it!
I keep wanting to press R.
It's very hard to argue against.
You don't know the defense.
Objection!
Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn.
Well, Miss Brett! Miss Brett!
Was sworn enemies of Mimbami.
I can only think of because of the stolen poison. Unless it's completely off.
Objection!
No, there was one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
Oh, what?
Ha! The yokel not only is poor grasp of the law, but also a poor loser. You're a loser. Then tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in the newspaper article. The article about the deadly poison being stolen from laboratory at Imperial Union. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak, you freaking ugly ass. Sorry. But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on such kind of hearsay and those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article affirms your Excellency! Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained where it says, oh my god. I need to look at that freaking title. I think it's about because this one has the word blade inside. deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxic enters the body on a knife laced with poison, it rapidly absorbs and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body to not accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the court document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant presented the poison for taking.
Objection!
Oh please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's breaking in the break of wind. Poison has nothing to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. No, her eyes, bro. We have no proof that information that this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student would have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead you claim she suspected poisoning and took potential lethal decision to remove the blade. It must have been a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Well put, Inspector. On what ground did she do it, Yoko? Why did Ray suspect the poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. Duds. Naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are not of value here in the modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen him many times from my place at his side at the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the article?
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes in the section of the postmortem report, which reads extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim.
Dots.
Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the postmortem report means that an unusual symptom of death. Trisha, well...
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was any extreme constriction instead, that's mostly certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective? So what are you yokel, man? Yeah, yokel? In the newspaper article, the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes having constricted severely.
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Is the only insult he's got? Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree that this is compelling evidence. You stupid old man. You, yokel student and yokel professor. Oh, I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Eugene Mikotaba,
Yes, Your Excellency.
I believe you're best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the detailed report in this newspaper, please.
Dots. It pains me to have admitted it. But I'm afraid I don't know.
You don't know?
The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory. Certain I was unaware of any theft.
Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft were unfounded?
No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Yeah, listen to the bumbling academic. What's wrong with you? Shut up. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in a newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father, just a pitiful situation for your university professor. You should have more control over your students rather than allowing them to on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Hold it! Ray! None of this is Professor Mikotoma's fault. It's all my fault. Ray! Membami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like that will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed the poison we were developing that had been stolen that day. What? So you knew? I've been placed in charge of overseeing the project. I was the day that the professor and Suzuki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
Dots. I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had already been taken. Their some had been taken. So I decided to try and get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea of who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean? Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman! Mr. Giles Brandt. That's why I decided to join the little group of people to the seaside. Instead of the beach hut, inside the beach hut I confronted Miss Pratt. And she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. I knew it was you who stole the poison. Well, now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me, and collapsing on the floor. Yeah, she was stabbed through the freaking wall. That's when I saw the knife in her bag. I couldn't understand what had just happened. Then, a moment later, I ceased to fear. The pupils of her eyes had cut. They shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it.
In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips while I'd been with her. Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount that to enter her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Dots.
Dots. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted with the courage at which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's very perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove the assassin, do you? Just? Oh, I have evidence. It's very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Algie. Yes, perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I managed there would be no. I had imagined there would be no need to submit to this evidence. You brought this upon yourself. Bruh. Whoa, wait, Giselle's face. Wait, it's from the back of the hut. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air is almost palpable. Oh, it's almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true intent of the accused's murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that Membabi plunged a dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true, no! I don't believe it. Ah! Order! Counsel for the defense, wasn't you responsible for that shrill scream? It appears in my courtroom. Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. Wow. Ah! I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now, Susato is starting to show her face here.
It's said often that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. I can't believe he had a photograph like that up his sleeve this entire time. It's such a stark image. I genuinely lost for words. Yeah, it was taken through the hole in the freaking hut window or whatever. Like the freaking wall. Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection!
There's no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Objection!
That is not something to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photo was a witness to the Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. The real murderer! I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Dots? Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. There was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness! Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge to the fact that this photograph had the murkiest of origins, you neverthelessly believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment because you knew it wasn't completely reliable evidence, did you?
Silence, you yokel student, and blabbing. Oh, he added blabbering to his vocabulary. I don't know what yokel means, but he's still calling me that. What matters is the blatant truth that this print is so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's bed, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. and the scene captures it without doubt is most compelling presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shred any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Although,
Cesaro, it's time for you to fight. What you've established so far is true, there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment Ray withdrew the blade.
we just need to prove that somehow. Sure. You have plenty of time to rule your defeat in the slow train back to your provinces. And to rule during the day that came up against Tatsushi Aochi in the court of law. If I can't determine who took the photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel. Thus, Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is... Is it the crack? Oh, wait! Wait. The fact, so this lightning bolt is the same as the newspaper. It must be the camera lens being broken, right? So the same camera lens of the person who took the article picture is the same. Who I see this picture? Whoever took this picture is the same photographer. Wait, the photographer in the background that... I have the answer. It's the same photographer of whoever took the picture of the interview. Because the camera lens is broken the same way. Yup, makes sense. It was that guy in the background from the Soseki-san's animation. This isn't about whether I can come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photo print. I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim, you can't please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Do you really believe you could? However, maybe you should shut up and let me finish my sentence. You freaking ugly little mother. I'm able to present evidence. Evidence that has a piece. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals the important details on the photographer's identity. What? Very well then, counsel, present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
Take that!
No! Wait. It went back to the freaking post-mortem. No! I wanted to click the other thing, the article. It went back to the post-mortem report.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Righteous England attorneys tells all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look closely, you notice there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Oh yes indeed, they already caught my eye as it happens. Yeah, what of it? A shadow of some kind? What shadow is white color, you idiot? What's wrong with you? Presumably from like the branches of a tree. You think branches of a tree shadow is white color?
There are no trees growing in my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph. Don't. Good branches! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that says nothing. Ah, yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely from the branches of a tree. Are we back? Is the stream back? Is the stream good? Are we good? Yeah, they'll be back. Would there be any trees growing inside the hut at the beach, Council? Yeah. What is quite remarkable about it is that the patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Some tree branches. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera lens must be scratched. The scratched lens was cause unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, 2 photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. There must be hundreds of cameras devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? Ah! That's right. The author of the article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? What was that? Oh, I see why you were called the Rikers England returnee. What are you yelling about? You already testified.
It's Mini-Me-Moo! Mini-Me-Moo!
What is this price?
Me-Ni-Me-Moo!
Duff, what is that? Did you say mini memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from Shoyu News has been hounding me every move. A reporter by the name of Write-In many memos. Yes, hounding me from dusk to dawn, to dawn to dusk. He's writing many memos.
Ah, now that he mentions it.
Secret spy, snapshot, scribble, stories covering my privacy.
So that dude, this guy is the witness slash potentially the murderer? Wait! Oh, wait, look at the pen. There's like pen ink all over him, but also look at the emblem on his sleeve. It's the same as the pen. The pen belongs to him. Could the same reporter be?
The camera to the left of him, notebook to the right. There I am stuck in the middle with Write-In many memo.
You're saying that this picture was taken by
Many memo. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Excellency, Esquire.
Officer! Find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We'll adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. As you say, Your Excellency. And one more thing, I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. Do you solicit this assistance of Imperial University Medical Department for the task? Understood? Dots. Meh. Many memo! Hey! I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. Dots.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the English woman before anyone found out.
Dots.
Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you stand by me to the last. I remember. Yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hear important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! Oh, pin me down!
Whoa, Ray.
No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me to the city streets! Oh! I'm no better, you know. Oh! Even though, in my heart, I knew you pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato! I'm sorry. After I stood there and promised you that I stand by your side and always be by your side. I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. No.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. And that fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Dots? Oh, Susato. Aw, you know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. Dots. I was so scared, you know. When it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The woman, English woman, was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison one. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. To buy him. Before collapsing on the floor with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people who at the hut at the time. That's right. Just me, Brad, and myself. There was no one else. I don't understand how she could have possibly been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. Dots, it will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you I'm going to prove everything you said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now I think we should discuss what's coming up the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny with the upcoming proceedings. The police should have hopefully identified the blade by now. The trouble is, it's completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical region, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical region? Oh, chemical region.
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver the police headquarters. Think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Dots.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
Is this newspaper article exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume University Medical Research Laboratory? I wonder how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all an Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki were being interviewed at the laboratory. The so-called English lady swarmed in. Without any compulsion, said this to Professor Mikotoba. Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on this substance, sir.
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had a little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then Soseki-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us could have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This many memo-san. By the way, did the reporter join you at all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
I think he should have been. Oh. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
The known criminal had given permission by the authorities to bathe in the seaside. Suseki-san pointed out that inviting reporter might be problematic, so the man sent his back to his office.
Yeah, he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. Then presumably posted it anonymously to the police. Ah!
Dots. Yes, that must be what happened.
Dots.
Counsel, we just heard that the news witness is ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steal ourselves again. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes. Rei has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. I have an idea, is except the motive. I don't know what the motive would be. I hereby call this court to order. We have reconvened for the trial of Raymond Bombay. Prosecutor Aoshi, have you summoned a new witness? Just before I address the question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Ow. What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police have re-examined a knife was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent, I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. The label appears to be written in a foreign language I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is gonna be a little helpful, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you have written medicine in Japanese? Then we'll all be able to read.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. Yes, I certainly see the merit in labeling bottle in Japanese, though I'm not sure its medicine would be entirely appropriate. I had arranged to deliver to the police station by rickshaw. You'll be there in good time. But judging the man's swagger, I feel we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And Council, what were the results? That's this dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about it? I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armor of the region is thus effectively simple. Extremely simple. The good I made a mistake.
Okay. In short, they accused feeble excuse earlier. It's been utterly destroyed. Oh! Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
This must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under hot tap and clean it.
You've always been a fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father. Ouch, she's so confident. It's almost like you're unaware your argument is probably apart like always. What should a new witness sound like? Newspaper report on who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Yeah, the only thing I can't think of is what the motive would be. Very well, officer, bring in the new witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? The booty. Okay, yuck, the hairy arms. But yeah, the emblem on his like sleeve thing is the same as the pen. Wait, his name is Raiten Many Memo. There's also RM. Witness, please say your name and occupation for the court.
A bitch.
Oh ho ho! So that pen is his pen. The pen has poison inside. Brain was losing. Oh, I think my brain was losing oxygen from some of the voices. imagine later we point out that the pen is his pen, and he's like, but I only use pencils, so clearly I'm holding only a pencil. Okay, I needed oxygen. I couldn't breathe for a while. The girls' voices, they took so much air from my lungs. Rotten Manibabu, show you news. I'd like to go. Probably something not too exhausting for his voice then. I want people like to call a journal. What's a journal, father? Do you know? It's a simple construction of the journalist. Look at that, he's even showing it to us. All proud and loud and proud. I'm there when the news breaks, putting a pen to the 15, to the paper, to catch the scoops when they're ready, when they're in print the next morning. Ew! They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing, the nice guy of the news. The music. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it? Don't. Well, what do we have here? I'm sorry. Nice guy. Oh, brace yourself, people. Many memos sent us a scoop in the offing. Female student of the foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer. Come here, boy. In the Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set this. Oh my god, he's distracting. We'll set this up above the fold of 72 point in a 5-leg format in the morning edition. Is this like Lotus Heart Ancestor or something? What's going on? Ha! Right then. Let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you to become a lawyer? Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed someone's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Takeshi Aoji. The so-called dark horse, the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense's lawyer's heart. You. Someone likes his someone likes his pen 15 a bit too much there. You can't do this, game. You can't do this to me, game. Adults? Well, no, the readers won't buy it. What? Witness. Yes? What is called the monster knows whether you or not you were the one responsible for taking this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and fast hands to write with.
It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-memoism.
Many, many, many.
Ah yes, I remember your face. We met the day when you were interviewing myself and Sosaki-san. Yes, right, that was me! Many memo again! But you were supposed to be going back to show you news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is I didn't. Because that English woman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words.
A criminal left to do as she pleases? Just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's ruling aren't worth the paper they're written on, and the police are just imperial pawns.
Well, we can see his motive now, I guess. Stay your tongue, young man. Those are complex political issues at play.
Help? Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. You ready? I read it out. Here, oh, it's all here. Right it goes.
I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast.
A serious criminal on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak off to them. To get the werewolf story so I could hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph.
Oh yes, I saw it with my own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Thank you, many memories on. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will say exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
The beach, hut, was made of shady old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see through the inside. An English woman was sitting on the stool, when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman on the floor, bam, stabbing in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whip out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of the one of the screens and poked the lens through the perfect shot.
Read screens, you say?
Right, you can see them clearly enough in the great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of costly woven reeds.
Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief to the summer heat.
It was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Oh.
He stopped mid-sentence to stab his tongue once. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness anything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
The tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop next. That is the memoism in a nutshell.
At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are compelling. Believe we may be close to a verdict. No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that his testimony begs to very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, the startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh! That's right.
Doubts? It seems to me that circumstances
Sorry, I'm super tired. Don't worry, I feel like... Yeah, I mean, he's probably the one that killed her. This is case number 1, it shouldn't be that long. I say, but Giselle's case was like 7 hours. So the voice actor for Naruhodo started playing it and he still hasn't finished the first case. In the first game.
Circumstances are at play here, not yet to be understood.
Yeah, more pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something to this case very close to his chest. Like literally, or...
The beach had been made of shorty little gaps I can see through.
Oh, those seeing through gaps. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
I saw 2 women walk inside, that's why. Call it journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
No, I don't know, perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
Oh, you think I'm a creep? Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera, and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry.
To my mind, that was all inside the hut but a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops, no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. It's not even man or womanism. It's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right. So, if it's all buttoned up, can we move on?
Tell the court witness what sight befell your eyes when you looked into the hut.
A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, all I could see is clear as day.
Sure thing, dude. I'm not a creep. I just take pictures of women without their permission in a small enclosed area where where it's meant for them to be changing. A hut meant for people to change clothes. Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture inside.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami entering the hut?
Yup. She was raging like my journal spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was it about exactly?
You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked up to the English woman and started laying onto her. Oh, and I started snapping pictures. Whoa! I mean, if she laid onto her anymore, there would have been eggs.
What?
The man should have been an author. His descriptions are talented and wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
He's really ought to work on his similes first though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is the woman in the dock is mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film.
I wonder if the ink on his hands is the blood, the poison too.
Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment the stabbing took place?
Huh? The precise moment? I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps I could use it to explain to court what exactly you witnessed.
Don'ts? Right you are, it's all here in my many memo pad. Oh, when I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of her, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment I saw walking was the evil student girl entered the hut. While a pair of them ended up as in the middle of the hut arguing furiously. The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out the way. And in a flash plunged the knife into the adversary's back and the two passed each other.
What you describe is a grim crime scene indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says.
By the way, Many Memo-san, once you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try and prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journals have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our route in the train.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains outside looking in.
That's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may.
Yes, Professor.
Then the witness' last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you?
I will grant the defense's request.
Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement.
Well, nihilism is the foundation of memorism. I'm glad he proved my words aren't meaningless.
Can I just give me a second, guys? How many times you gonna snap the suspenders? I think Dragon would like the suspenders.
I never set one foot in the I was only there as an observer.
He never spoke with the English woman.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have had the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves are still at breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you. Yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steadily. Enough to snap the shirt. You really should have summoned help before thinking on your camera. Minimalism and humanism don't always agree. Most of the times, those instances, minimalism comes on top.
Huh.
As a sculptor of stories, I sometimes have to be cruel toward my art. Yes, just spot on.
Surely he's making all this up.
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. Oops. If it's true, his testimony is devastating.
But it seems he's holding something back, doesn't he?
If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said.
So we have the new statement. Never once set foot in the hut or talk to the English woman. Is it his pen? Because his pen belongs to him?
Objection!
Memo-san, until now I had a firm belief the newspapers are in business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there! The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more minimalism.
Sadly though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. Why are you suggesting with this recriminatory words, Counsel? Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Oh!
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM. Yes, thank you for bringing it up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM? No! Right hand minimum RM.
That's who's doing. Can't you see? There's
one of the central tenets minimalism is B is a pencil user. He really went there. He really did the thing. I knew he was gonna say some stupid like this. Oh, I don't use a pen though. I use pencils. And yet, as the court clearly able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obviously blue ink stain.
It would appear you have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is.
Horsey horse dung! Many-Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hub?
Objection!
Why will she listen to absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. A show you news will stand behind me all the way, deny everything.
Yeah, I like pencils. They're the doodleball.
There must be as many people as me with the initials OM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor inclination to count every star in the sky.
Huh?
And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniable proof who the owner is. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue is on the fountain pen. Clearly reveals the owner's identity.
It's really by drawing imp up the bottle through the nip. Dots.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that it doesn't actually appear to be any ink there, that's all.
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. It could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
Got it!
Got it! Well, many members on this still tonight.
Let me see now. If I had to give it a headline, it would be. Oh, is that wrong?
I got it. I thought it was the empty case. Was it not the empty casing? Was it not the empty casing? Is it this thing?
Got it!
I thought we already pointed it out. As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will recognize the Many-Memo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News! In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Mr. Many-Memo-san, How do you respond? No. All in a courtroom. Explain yourself, witness. Does? So this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I use nothing but honest tactics. Alright then. Fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before the grim tragedy unfolded, I, a showy news reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the English woman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before the little students showed their face in the hut. I couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes as whole. It was a brief exchange, but it came to nothing, and as we many moist say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you seem to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, alright, but one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak aloud alone about this. You will need to call back the earlier witness so Saki not to mess up. Moist? Sasaki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. Do I want to see? I don't want to see. What? What? Oh yeah. So Seki-san, what happened to you? Minimoism states this one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Man, I thought Soseki-san was like timid and like stupid. He's such a douche now. He's keeping secrets and all that. Very well, I'll grant the witness request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something? Man, he became so much worse in the last 6 months. He let the fame get to him. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, and she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses coming running in. The detective realized the victim still had a pulse, so he ran out to fetch help. That's when this right man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why minimalism demands it revealed now. Yeah, you mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness. Well, And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true, yes. He did, that's all. The woman gave him a very definite answer, an answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous! Why am I only hearing about this now? You yokel hack! It wasn't even a conversation. I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it, but she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. All I wanted to ask her about was the incident she was involved at the end of last year.
About the case with Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life.
That's not the way I phrased it. Minimalism calls this trash talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her.
Yes, it's sort of talking as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant. Say that's the best way. A veteran at the paper told me that.
How did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase.
Mystery is a woman's charm.
Woo! That told me. I waltzed right out of there.
Really, something about that doesn't seem quite to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall. Let's say that's the best way. Veteran in the paper told me that. Watching secretly from outside.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistent wins the prize. Many moist will tell you that. They let them think that you have left, then just swoop, they lower their guard. That's when you swoop for the scoop.
And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this television photograph. I'm sure though the young yokel would rather not be reminded of the damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph we managed to identify this witness.
Now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here. I'm going to tell it.
Hold it!
And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut.
That's right. Our older friend here was blabbering wreck, shaking all over from head to toe, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that come to me while traveling abroad. Back and behind, painful bars. They're coming for me, surely. That's all I could think of. I felt as though I was gasping for air, drowning in the sea of cold sweat.
For Soseki-san, his experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the walls seemed closed in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity, and it's coming for me, surely.
May sutras now resound in my courtroom, please.
Now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this writer man asked the woman two significant questions.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now you should hear it from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer man?
I'll whip you, yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Whammon.
Dudes! Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sunny sea.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man.
Then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray,
I ran out to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over collapsed the victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw the Miss Brett on the floor, he sprinted to go get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin.
but what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
Toots! I asked her, who did this to you?
Good. Don't protract this any longer. What did the remember? How did the woman respond?
She didn't, she said nothing in response. But...
When in the stand, you will answer the question you asked ambiguously. Unambiguously. A moan? Oh, she was moaning even when she was dying. Ew. Japanese people are so stupid. That's what she said when she's dying. Oh, you Eastern people. Oh. Why are you such a curse term? Oh, I heard her moan.
Oh, don't! I will! I asked her, who did it to you? But she never replied. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Sasaki-san, is that really true?
Don't! It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the English woman was sprawled on the floor before us. The young student girl was standing on the far side of her. When I asked her, who did this to you?
She was pointing to the freaking wall, bro.
The Englishwoman would summon her last ounce of strength, the trembling finger, back to the back of the hut, which was can't be denied the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No. Suzuki-san! Oh, Sasaki-san! Why didn't you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But fiddlesticks, I say!
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was blurred. I can think about it. I feel as though perhaps she was pointing slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the girl was standing. Somewhere in the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
You mean to say your memory of events in the direction of the victim were both unclear?
Yes, that's it. Unclear. Very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yet that the woman may bear consciousness and perhaps the finger wavers slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because the court can see there was no one else other than the accused in that direction who was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed the crime. I'm inclined to agree. In the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can conclude this trial. No! No!
Oh, the headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dash 92 across the whole page. We'll do an extradition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we are able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But it's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible through the task may seem. We have no choice, but we must think back over everything we learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we can find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial started. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I had to say. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in the beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So the gallant yokel's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know how!
Objection!
Objection! Oh yeah, so subtle. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask that you postpone your adjudication for the time being. I have to what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Huh? Not exist.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing her trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy! Very well, as you seem so sure of yourself, counsel. I'm sure you're prepared to hear your... I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I am Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. What? Over there in the courtroom?
But the student lawyer Naruhodo Esquire, that makes no sense at all.
You've just pointed the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snapped.
But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, the culprit had been outside the hut. There'd be no way he or she would have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Auchi, there is a way. And in point that fact, the defense can provide evidence that's strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing. Yeah. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? It's like I know and I don't know at the same time. I'm either gonna point out the fact that there's a gap in the wall or yeah, the photo.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of such thing. I'm not sure everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what I'm referring to. Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on earth in this photograph is the trace of starving, which you can plainly see from outside the hut?
Take that!
Look closely, just here. I like how that's the first thing we pointed out the moment this case started. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see effects of a blade have been forced through the reeds. No, it can't be. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Exactly, literally. The moment the picture came up, we were all like, yeah, we know. We know what's up. And of present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. The only person who was directed outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Mr. Right Hand Manny Memo. It could have only been you. Oh, no.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume that as part of this farcical scenario, the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not, you stupid idiot. We're not. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me like she knew she was untouchable. A stool? I have another look at the photograph. She's the slit in the reed screen. It would align perfectly with the back of the person who was sitting on that stool. My word! So in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Hey, what's up 457? What you missed? So Giselle is dead and we are pinpointing the murder to a photographer who photographed the incident. So the photographer who took this picture, we are indicting him of the murder of the little brat. He stabbed her through the little gap in the gap here at the back. That's what we're trying to prove right now. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut before the defendant, Mebami's eyes appalled the eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. You're a cheap bitch. Don't. By your silence, Manny Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. Don't. This is absurd. Oh, that will do. The journalist is the culprit. Yes. I don't really know what his motive is. He seems to really hate the fact that she didn't get punished for murdering the doctor 9 months ago. So I guess that's the motive, because she never got punished just because she's British. It would appear we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. He's gonna fight back. I finally made him cave.
Must say I've never seen more proud.
No, this can't be. The ouchie can't. What my growth? My growth of hope. It was an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuation of this trial. I can't blame him. Yeah, honestly, I don't feel bad for her being dead. Though I really wasn't expecting her to die. I wasn't expecting her to be the victim. I was expecting her to be like the one that Naruhodo has to chase down now. Because she killed Iris's dad.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice. Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
We gave you the opportunity to speak and you didn't, you idiot. Freaking nonsense. But we established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have this hand on the hilt of the blade. Perfectly logical deduction. So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the English woman, does it? Well, it seems irrelevant now.
Irrelevant.
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, the trial already shows things hinges on something else.
What is he talking about? What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed because the dirt you dug up.
What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about that poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brad. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that the poison was used. I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had poison in her body before she was stabbed? Given that her pupils are clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she hadn't been dead already, the poison would not have circulated in her blood.
That? How refreshing to hear an argument of metropolitan mind. Ugh. Precisely. It matters not a jot of who stabbed the whom and the whose back and whose blade. Because quite simply, the English woman's life was taken not by the knife but by the poison.
Objection!
What are you talking about? But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade already.
Objection!
I forgot it already, have you, Yoken? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of Professor at your side assisting in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim has no trace of poison on it whatsoever. The pen 15. Ugh.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turned out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well, all right, in a courtroom, but where does this leave us? How in that case did she poison enter the victim's body? Oh my zaddy, ow. Oh my. You know those fountain pens? Do people lick those things? Like how he's licking his pencil? Do you lick fountain pens to write down? That must be how the poison got into her, huh? Because the poison enters through the mouth. It's either a mouth or a stab, like a wound. so she probably had to write something down, and she was like, oh, the poison. Oh my sorry. You know.
It's undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady was most likely imbibed.
You mean she drank it? Dude, that makes sense. I think, and it's his pen, so he put the poison. So he stole the poison, not her. Put poison in the pen. You know, which is ironic for her. Okay.
Have a look at the photograph here. You can see a bottle of carbonated water and glass has been knocked into the sandy floor on the beach. But
if it goes through the mouth, it's inoffensive.
the poison could have slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Black drink it.
Well,
Because small traces of it can also kill her. Through the mouth or laced knife.
well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shirt. Hey, why don't you try the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense that I poisoned the woman, would it? The woman, I mean, that's been established already.
Established? What are you talking about?
Huh? Don't tell me you've forgotten? That's a little hard to believe, given the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture his wide eyes. This is a prime persiflage. This is.
It was saying this trial is no destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of the magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim to be impossible. Not gonna lie, the journalist. Oh my. Oh my, with the suspenders. You claim it would be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court your testimony, the basis upon which you make your claim.
I'm a journal and a man. I never ride around or hide from anything in my life. I'm not about to start now because that's madamoism.
For a brief moment, I thought I illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Man, Susato's so much better of a lawyer than Athena. And Athena studied law. Athena was breaking down every 5 seconds in her even her first trial, and she needed Phoenix's help to win. we need a new character. If they make a new game, we need a character that's, if it's a female, we need it to be more like Susato and not a wimpy hoe like Athena. As much as I like Athena, she was like breaking down every 5 seconds in that first trial.
Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and that is very fact proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? When I heard the student and the pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts aren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
Wait, did he just admit to stabbing her? So, you admit that then? That everything happened as I described? That you are the one that stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen?
George, you can blame this miserable country of yours. Gah! A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers let murderers work free? What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our practical leaders didn't have the guts to do.
I feel that, honestly.
Slap bang in the middle of what charming lady's back. Oh, I plunged that blade of sweet justice right in there. Ow, y'all. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I really feel awful about giving false information in my testimony before. As it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got her to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. The pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. There's a woman.
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly snap, this journal here is off the hook.
The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness is administered poison himself, he would need to have only waited it for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have entirely nonsensical. Therefore, the reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, that's quite logical. He also still stabbed someone. He tried to kill her, right? That's attempted murder at the very least, you know.
That's right, logical and true. I'm glad you've seen through the light. Justice at last.
Stop, don't say the word justice at last. It's like Bobby Fulbright. This is unbelievable. After I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Dots. The pen. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the fight judges finally gave. Very well then, counsel, proceed with what I assume to be a final cross-examination of this trial. Yes, Your Excellency!
I stabbed the Englishwoman as a verified proof of innocence. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and the pompous student lady arguing, got my goat.
Hold it!
So you still maintain you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these.
The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. Unforgivable act certainly, but not one of murder. The crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. Duh. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the span of 2 minutes. Quite a day for the victim.
Do something evil and you've got it covered. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate what you complain to stand the victim then, witness.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago, that's what.
Fun fact, yokel, uneducated, sophisticated, unperson from the countryside. Wow, how dare you? What you say about me? I'm a yokel? You've been calling everybody yokels, man. So Google said, you call me a yokel, you call my father a yokel, you call the judge a yokel, you really yokel. Yokel.
The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman, for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, Dr. H. Wilson, a professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor McEtaba, no less.
Right, but the English woman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, but there's little doubt she would have simply been acquitted and sent back to her homeland as a free woman.
It was eating the student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
can't stand here and listen to this trip. Ray? Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please. You have to make them listen. Return to the docket once, Membami-san. We're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. The journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted piece of shut! Oh, Daddy, the peeping Tom!
Whoa! Take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. Don't. I will grant the request of the defense. But Your Excellency! This is likely to be the final cross-examination of the proceedings. As such, might as well. I should be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, once recognizing this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call the defendant to speak. Oh, thank you so much, Your Excellency. It has nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true, and additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison.
Sadly, it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed, all visitors at laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or calling the poison, getting out would be very difficult. That's true, I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited the laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly realized the resistance of the toxin was been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. I obviously gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm ashamed of myself! It's just, I've had a singular terrible experience with deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
A bacon? He was a bacon? To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Bradford about the poison. I told her that if there were an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. How did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers. And she said she didn't know a first thing about it in English, actually.
Ah yes, many memos-san. One small question if you don't mind. I do mind, can't you see I'm busy? Clearly we're outside the beach hut listening whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you heard. Dots? Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Just sorry, don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, look at this! This entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett! Word for word! Oh! Well, many members-san.
Oh, Dots? That's a journal. I'm a citizen of a free country. I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of minimalism.
Father's clearly right about this. The reporter did write the article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with a stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stank. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and to go on record.
Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. You keep changing the testimony.
He said. The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen, even after you tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might sound surprising to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens.
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to be a good reason for that.
If the reporter was to get the poison from his blood, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yes, that's understandable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry, what changed?
The reporter overheard a conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Yes, that's it. That's when Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he used. That could be the key here. Why he stabbed her after the poisoning? Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, that's crucial change. The reporter overheard the conversation between. That's when he first found out the exact nature of the poison he used. Current methods, university will be consulted. One symptom, okay, rumored to be commissioned by the military. He wanted to cover up the fact that she was poisoned. That's why he stabbed her. I think he didn't want people to know that she was poisoned in the first place. That's why he stabbed her. Because the poison is military stuff. He didn't want the fact that the government poison was the reason that she's dead. Especially because of the government affairs. Imagine a government poison and they poison a foreigner. Yeah,
Objection!
Not good for the look of the country, huh? Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for me, the court. Do you glean all the information of this newspaper from what you overheard outside the art?
That? Of course it did. There can be no question about that. After all, we were all in the laboratory together. All we thought was it was a terrible toxin.
There's one important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. But in other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Bright's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Many Membo-sons made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the room, the hut.
Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, many Membo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information that he subsequently included in his article, namely that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, that it couldn't be readily obtained. Oh, because yeah, he stole the poison, that's why.
Absolutely, in fact, quite an understatement. It's possible, the only possible place it would come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils is quite stark when you see it. The other poisons show similar symptoms, but not among the new substances are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Oh! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties in the toxin being developed. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison was a layperson, unaware of the telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, right hand, many memo. Yeah. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwilling victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused unusual symptoms and was so traceable.
Toads!
As you listen from the far side of the beach has thin walls, you learn of these facts. But you already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. You had your plan to disguise your mistake. And a plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
But what could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once the poison is in the blood, the poison on the onset pupil constriction. He hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of a new secret poison used, no one would have ever suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, and the killer to hide mask his use, which he attempted to do by plunging the knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Ooh, ooh.
Order! Order, I say! The argument presented is sound. This court is satisfied with its warrant's consideration. The prosecution have a counter argument it wishes to put forward. Well, their number, yes. I counted completely.
Objection!
The prosecutor's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way he nurtures remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope. Lost hope?
Hold it.
Whoa.
Oh, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai.
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning...
I don't need a counter argument.
What? What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. I don't need counter argument because you don't have an argument of self. Where's the evidence?
Gah.
Yes, you make it all sound plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial is all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the show you news is famous for. The power of printed word.
But surely it'd be no easy task to steal highly secret toxin being developed for the country government.
Indeed, all visitors under laboratory are stories such when they leave. If a manager manages to avoid being seen by myself or colleague, getting poisoned out will be very difficult. How's that then? Blowing the story wide open? See? Right then, a mere reporter from the show you news. Couldn't possibly have stolen the poison from the professor's laboratory.
There can't be any question. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill the pen, if that's the case. As you identified, the poison itself is definitive evidence we need, because whoever stole it from the laboratory is a true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
My point is this: there's one way that you, Menimemo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I had enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What of course must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison that day in question? I'm just going for it. The pen! The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. Oh! A fountain pen? How can it possibly be relevant? This magical pen somehow seemed to have enough ink to write thousands of kanji letters. But I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. But I swear by weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward thinking man, obviously love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup can of scrumptious ink. Ew. Once work or wash away with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, onto which is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write the letter. What is it all this stuff sucking up ink have? Ah! Just as the possible to suck up ink in the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word! Can this really be? Well, Menimemo-san. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib in the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity! That never happened. True, We heard that there were procedures in place to prevent debts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone think to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say. For fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search has not been conducted.
Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim's hand when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Mendoza.
Dots?
The crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that you haste to act while the victim was distracted for a moment. You dropped the pen after you emptied the poison into her glass.
Objection!
There can be any more alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using this pen to write the own details of his conversation with the victim. But when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there will be no ink present in the reservoir. The newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen. No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled the reservoir had been emptied into the empty glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? Dots? So this is how your modern justice system works, is it? Say, what if the ink of my pen runs dry? What if my pencil snaps?
Oh shit, it's Wolverine. Is he supposed to be Wolverine?
I always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty to reserve.
Hey! Yeah! Yeah! Ah!
You claim I sucked the poison up to my pen? That's a wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down like a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again! It looks like the door is gonna take one final decisive blow to finish this matter.
As I see, the situation now is very simple. The rest upon whether the witness did steal the poison that day in question. And therefore, it depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did it with evidence.
No evidence that it possibly exists.
Now remember, son, this is how the modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something that you would do well to remember. Because we're well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present affirmation evidence. This is it. This will be the final piece of the puzzle. The defense can prove this by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen. It was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains unique chemical region that can identify the poison in question. Ah!
Yes, that poison is entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or from another perspective. Simply with this chemical region, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A region? What?
One drop of the contents in this bottle at the tip of your fountain pen, many mimosa, is all it will take to solve this case beyond reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least no one admit defeat. Jesus. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test of the fountain pen at once.
Yeah.
Oh no!
This isn't my fault! The Empire drove me to this! Under the whole civilized citizen, power to come out with my Japan. Oh, the battle for justice. Oh my god!
Susato, with me! Oh wow! Wow! Hiya! Did I do it right? That was the Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. Hell yeah! The instant the first drop on the region touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
When I saw it in the lab, the poisson, the devil got a hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink, the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck more poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right. Answering is one thing, but it goes on. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the English woman end up dead?
Dots. I went into that hut, intended to quiz her on her situation, that's all. As a reporter. An old killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face!
Was this a Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Yeah, you're so freaking ugly. You freaking Japanese little hell. That's what she said. Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What did you call me?
This country, with its pretensions of a justice system to a free press, is really depressing. You see our superior race in the West, yet you lack a mental capacity to emulate them. Your little tiny little Asian brains ain't got nothing on us white people. That's what she said. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. TBS, she deserved it. Honestly, she really did. This is really the failure of the justice system and them not saying no to foreign powers, you know.
Ugh!
I don't blame him. I get why he did it.
That's when I remember about the deadly poison I haven't had by my pen at the time.
What a terrible tale.
In my head, I knew I should get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all.
Honestly, yeah, I feel that. I get it, you know. She really didn't have remorse. She didn't care. Did she kill somebody? She deserved it. I don't think killing someone is good, but she kind of deserved to die, I guess. He was she either walk free woman.
I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yeah.
You often talk about justice, but surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver that justice you sought.
Dots. There's no justice in the press.
Sorry.
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in the courtroom.
It was a secret trial.
Finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up! That's what it was!
A cover-up? What do you mean? I will remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say.
Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should have never come into it! And yet that puffed up English woman was gonna set sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I done my research, dug up all the dirt, it was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see the justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Many Member-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
Go.
So I say, the truth is you have no right to talk about justice at all, you little hoe. Oh, but I don't care. How was your story?
I suppose.
He's right though. He's right though. She shouldn't have walked free. She should have been tried in our country. She killed on our soils. You know, now she's dead, too bad. Do I feel bad though? Hell no. It would appear that we've reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Judge. Oh! Yes,
Sorry.
Your Excellency, just musing in a manly way here. I'm such a man, such a man! It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo-san, Ryonosuke! Making some food, we'll be able to watch pretty soon. Alright. The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, the way you handle this one, gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. Oh, arigatou gozaimasu. Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly, that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. Senior Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? Oh no! Dude! Don't do that! It's a seppuku box. Dots. Prosecutor Ouchie! Don't do it here! At least go back home and take your honor somewhere else. Don't do it in the courtroom, my god, bro. That's for your home. I, Taketsuchi of the Ouchi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once but twice. If there's any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! I'd rather than living on in shame. I will end it all now with this blade. For that is a true Ouchism! Ouchism?
One hopes the only way he'll be able to modeling himself after the witness.
He really brought it to the court.
Jots! Spring my top knot.
The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takatsuchi. Sorry, my rubber band fell down. Huh? Wait, what's he doing? Do it! Oh. Susato! Oh, are we all praying? Oops. Oh, it's so drama. The freaking music in the back. The same music we used when Susato said goodbye to us. My god. Now, in regard to the defendant, remember me-san. Yes, yes, Your Excellency. I've reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Woo! What the fridge you've been looking? What's up, Holly? Do you see Ray's little head ribbon thing was matching perfectly with the judge's hair like that? Jan. That's case number 1. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest. All I can do is just stay standing. The lawyers have such a great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Thank you! Thank you so much! You were so dashing in that. Ray and Father, honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh, I'm so touched by everything about you. I'm gonna cry! You're already crying! It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. I took courage. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say the congratulations belongs to you. Don't! Susato! Don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends! Equals! The trial's over. No more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. Throw caution into the wind. Caution to the what? I'm the greatest defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to Milk Bar tomorrow. You want some of this milk? Or something? Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, we want to knock the wind out of that horrid man. It felt so good. Oh yeah! This thing is not me, it's the lines. Yes, it was so satisfying. It really was. Is there anybody else able we could throw together? You wanna throw my father?
Oh, you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness! Oh, no, of course not! Of course not! No. There it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you. I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Bikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame! Oh, just ask. I'll dress up for you, baby. such as Susato should say. What? Oh no.
What? Huh? What is happening?
Ah, Susaki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. It's me. Susato Mikotoba.
Oh, dude! So dashing, so divine. No! Awfully dashing. Yes, and definitely dashing. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato, Esquires. You were locum student Naruhodo Esquire's cousin. Astonishing, astounding, ace attorney. Hey.
Poor Susaki-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I met him. He was in the prison cell in London. An extraordinary conundrum that the unwitting student in Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police who came out with Mr. Turtle at the least. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman, wearer of many faces, I see.
Just two, really. And this is once in a lifetime event, I hope. I hope she'll be back. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I'm a professor of fourth.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as a head waiter at a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey.
Why you have to do that?
Why is this? Why do you have to do that?
Nagito, yo, what's up?
Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? She's still being sassy! What's wrong with her? Even in the heartfelt moments, she's like, Hosonaga, I met him long ago and on the steamboat to keep us safe. But he really didn't, huh? Well, he really didn't. Thanks, Susato. Thanks for the reminder. No, Kazuma.
From my perspective, I have to admit I have mixed feelings about all of this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of last year. Yes, it was an English doctor she killed, I understand it. Dr. John Wilson, yes. The man I wanted to put to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? Now the culprit herself is dead. We probably never know the answer.
Yeah, that's why I didn't expect her to be dead. Dots. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Holmes well, of course. Oh, my arch nemesis! Now you utter his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been a friend and partner of Mr. Holmes.
No.
If that's really true.
Oh, poor Iris. Yeah.
Then the poor girl won't ever be able to see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
Returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Dot, could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned.
Wait, so he wasn't sick?
When I left England, it was because of an early urgent telegram that had arrived from Japan. That you said you collapsed with a high fever and that you were growing weaker by the day.
Yeah, he seems fine to me. Well, ouch, right? Ouchie.
What? Where did that news come from? That's what I would like to know. Because after the long sea voyage, I find you in fine health. Father! Was there something in Great Britain you perceived might inconvenience me in some way or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Not. Yummy. Do you reserve your most cutting glass for your father, Kasusato? Sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go!
Many Memo-san! So, one throw wasn't enough for you?
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor! Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went down. That visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Just celebrate, you mean? No, not her!
Stop. This game has to stop! The student of law.
The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
Stop! This game has to stop! Why are they doing this to Kazuma? What did Kazuma do? Student of law, he must mean Kazuma-sama! What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he'll never... Ah!
What the... What the hell? The judge?
Well, I didn't expect to find him here. I didn't expect you to be here.
What? So there's so much more behind Kazuma's death than we think, huh? He was also in that hit list or something, whatever that was. I think Kazuma did mention something like that. There's like someone was after him, I guess. I remember Kazuma mentioning, like, it was like one line. Oh my god, the judge. What were you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
Jeez, that's so weird to see the judge here. Ugh. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugene, and it's a good job I came by.
Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly.
Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend.
Wait, he has a name! Weird, ew! Seishiro Jigoku. Jigoku means hell, by the way. The hell? I don't know. Seishiro Jigoku, bruh. And might I say once more, saw you last, you seem to have taken a more dashing appearance, Susato. Oh! He knows! Did you know all along from the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato.
I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro hadn't known and he recognized you, I had a word in his ear beforehand as an old friend. So Seshiro, shall we?
Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go further,
Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return our earlier conversation at a later date. Well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
oh, thank you very much. What do you think of my Seishiro sling? You wanna have this Seishiro sling? It's been a while since I've had a sentiment flowing like that. What? Are they dating? What's happening? Whatever could my father be hiding from me? If her father has something to do with, if the judge and her father has something to do with Kazuma's death, I'ma throw hands. I'ma throw hands. About to celebrate about Dr. Wilson. And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. Oh man. Naruhodo is gonna have the worst breakdown ever, where whatever secrets come out. I'm going to have to bring this up with father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assembly Kotoba requires. Could I better have a word?
They better not, bro. Yeah. Oh, of course, Soseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh, again? Another one? What? Oh,
I believe that may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
this is, I have to hear. Spit it out, Sasaki. Please, Sasaki-san. Tell me at once. The plot thickens.
I will. Toots, as you know, my time in England was terrible, cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo Esquire's son stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experience to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotopo. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things of my report.
The plot thickens like the crap. My father.
He seems to especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. It was the very next day he sent a telegram asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular party my father was interested in.
Tots, I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? The two terrible cases I was caught up in.
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself with mainly the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public?
Oh,
2 cases? Which is why the only case involving you that any of the public member is aware of is the first.
well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what the Dust Lily detective had to say. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all his curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case of the haunted lodgings.
Oh yeah, we know that. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Wait, what happened in that case? The one with the house, the one that he's in. We saw the jesters, which never did anything with the plot for some reason. See, that case was the weird one, because that case didn't really play into the rest of the main plot of that first game, but I guess it's the part of the second game. It was the one with the Lunatone, right? With the lady. We don't know who the lady was. That case was also weird because there was no dead body. No one did die. It was a coma, and we don't know who the witness is even. It was Olive Green or whatever the hell her name was. So that case was a bit weird because it was so vague. There wasn't really anything related. But now I guess we'll find out what the hell is even going on, huh? Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Oh, anime.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, it's Kazuma's grave.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved
So, do we know the
mystery.
second case? Or is this what
My
we're gonna
notes
play
on
next?
the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The
Oh.
sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Oh! Whoa.
Yours, Susato.
Sorry, I'm busy with her right now. I should have taken a picture. The end. The end of case number 1. Susato's success! Oh man! So, memoirs of the clouded kokoro. So yeah, that's the case, huh? That yeah, that's the case. That was the weird case, the clouded kokoro thing. So memoirs of the clouded kokoro, huh? But let's look at this picture. Oh my god. Oh my god. Never mind. Oh my god. Oh no. Never mind. I thought I saw a circus. Huh, interesting. They'll probably recap the original case, huh? But look at this picture though. This is some Vocaloid. But oh man. Okay, let's return to the title screen. So, I think tomorrow we'll take a break from Ace Attorney for a while. Maybe we'll continue the day after. Maybe tomorrow we'll do Animal Crossing or Shiny Hunting or something. But I hope you guys enjoyed that case. What do you guys think about the case? One thing I want to do though, so I was told to not change the outfits for that first case, probably because of Susato. But now that we're moving on to the second case, I think we can change their outfits. It does look like Vocaloid. So now let's change our outfits of the characters for the rest of the game. So this is Iris's homemade suit for Naruhodo. Wow! We're all looking like Herlock now. Now we have Susato's homemade dress from Iris. Oh my god. She even has a little hat, look. And of course, Herlock Sholmes. Gotta make him wear some Japanese outfit. Oh my god. Can we spin him around? No, we can't. So now they're gonna wear those clothes when we play the game next time. Ooh. Oops. We look at all of this like after the final case and everything. But oh man. But yeah, should we do? Yeah, I think I might do shiny hunting tomorrow. It's been a while since I've shiny hunted. It's been a good break from shiny hunting, so I feel like we might shiny hunt tomorrow. I think the next time I'll do Animal Crossing is when a villager is gone and we can villager hunt. But I think tomorrow we'll do shiny hunting. But if we have enough people, should we do a raid? I'm really curious. Yeah, the plot that is a good case. The twist afterwards made it even better. Yeah, what are they doing with Kazuma? Cause Kazuma also did kind of mention that he felt like someone was after him, and they did give him a bodyguard for whatever, you know. Like you would think, yeah. I guess it makes sense that he has a bodyguard, but weird, very strange. You ready if there's enough people? We don't have to if there's not enough people then. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Whatever the secret is, I don't even know. Kazuma's in like government files, whatever. Don't do this to me, game. You're breaking my soul. But yeah, tomorrow will be shiny hunting. The day after, then we'll continue. We'll start the second case of game number 2. But thank you for watching. We won't do a raid, but I'll see y'all tomorrow. But for now, goodbye and peace. You still curious about the jester? Yeah, same. He hasn't appeared. Maybe. Wait. Maybe that's what the next case will be, because it's memoirs of that case. So it's more info on that case, right? So maybe then we'll see them. Anyways, goodbye!